Well, good morning. Happy Thursday. 18th of June, 2026. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. This is the RTH stream. It goes from now, 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market through 1500 this afternoon. That is the complete cash market. So that's 7 hours in the stream. As I said, this is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I watch on my two primary monitors or the video on my monitors is captured, obviously, and then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. That's how I get the complete recording and the complete journal. Now, my purpose is that it is accurate, completely transparent, and completely accountable. I trade live on Bookmap, real time, but the purpose of the stream is my virtual trading journal. It is not to provide trade or financial advice because I'm not qualified or licensed to do that. So please read the disclaimer in the description here and understand that. I only trade statistically verified, vetted setups that have an edge or an expectancy, and therefore nothing's a real surprise or spontaneous. I watch and I watch trades set up. When if and when a trigger fires, then I enter the trade and then I manage the trade live, real time. There's never a recording or a playback trade on this stream. And that's a commitment. So, having said all of that, let's look at what I'm talking about here. This is Bookmap. You can see the complete overnight session so far, where I execute the trades. And this is IRT, which is my charting package. Now, first of all, let's look at the numbers that are coming out today. We've already had them. There's only two initial jobless claims, and where did it go? There we go. Initial jobless claims in the Philly Fed was out this morning, and they've already come and gone here, so we don't have any more numbers ahead of us. Yesterday was quite the rodeo. If you were involved in that, if you were trading, that was pretty amazing. We had some big numbers. Well, here we go. We can actually look. This is investing.com. We had retail sales, pending home sales, Trump talking at 8:30. Well, this was at 7:30, at 8:30. At 9:30, we had the Cushing report, and then we had Trump again, and then we had the FOMC statement. So yesterday was just a fun-filled rodeo, to say the least. This is investing.com. As I said before, this is my original old-time favorite news source, and I like it. I like the presentation here for screen capturing and putting into Discord or whatever. Obviously, you can filter for wherever you are in the world, whatever reports you're interested in. Help yourself. And I keep it free. On purpose, because I want anybody that participates or comes by the stream here that can have access to the same resources I use, if I can. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. They're both paid subscription. Nothing I can do about that, but certainly the news I can. One thing about investing.com that I like, they only report traditional economic data points, initial jobless claims, the Philly Fed, continuing jobless, and notice that you can, if you hover over the event title, it changes to a URL. So if you don't know what the Philly Fed employment's all about, you can click that link and see the latest releases, who puts it out, and the details about the report. On the other end, also there's earnings and other, as you just saw, we can look back at yesterday, next week, whatever. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And the reason I like this one, contrary to investing.com, they do pull non-traditional events, but events which everybody recognizes has a potential to disrupt the market, could present a risk one way or the other to the market, to our auction. President Vance is, or what's his name? Vance is going to say something here. Trump's going to have a present a Medal of Honor to somebody at 1500. And there's nothing wrong with any of these things, of course. It's their job. And there's no political comment intended. But as traders today, our primary job, actually our title is not trader anymore, it's risk managers. Our primary job is to preserve our account. And the only way, the fundamental way that you do that is risk management. So if there's a potential risk to the auction in any way, I want to know about it so that I can identify it. I can make a decision to mitigate it. I can think I'm going to take that risk on. I'm going to stay out of the market, whatever. And if you don't know about it, how can you mitigate it or manage it? So that's why I also keep Financial Juice up. Also, and that's this calendar side. Over here on the right side, it's more of a squawk box. Running, kind of a running commentary of what's going on. So those two things work out pretty well. Okay. The pre-market. Well, I've been doing this Globex night stream, which is probably not going to continue. It hasn't been very, my intention was to investigate if there's any interesting trade opportunities in the opening range or the orb trade for Globex, and then shortly after that, Asia. This is the third week, and there's really been nothing present itself, so I'm not sure where that's going to go, but just to throw that out there for you. And I won't do that tonight because tomorrow's a holiday. Remember, the markets are closed. So I may or may not do that stream tonight. I'm not sure, but I doubt it. And tomorrow I will not be streaming because I don't stream holidays. So that's important to know. Pre-market. So here we are. First of all, this is Investor RT. Notice that in every one of these windows, in the header, is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. The chart name, but that doesn't mean anything to anybody but me. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame, and the mini ES market profile. I don't change the market profile from micro to mini. I do change from full session to Globex, or to RTH, sorry. Now, there's also a tabs exactly the same for the minis. But we're trading micro, so let's get over here. All right. Here is, get out of there, buddy. Here's yesterday's RTH session. Close, open, 100% long inventory all night. Here is the current market. As always, if you've been around the stream at all, you'll know what I'm going to say next. We're 100% long inventory. I would expect on the open some responsive selling to take profit. If you were in profit all night, we're getting ready to open and go into a long weekend, what would you do? Wouldn't you take some profit? Makes sense to me. This is not a prediction. This is just, I'm anticipating that to happen. And then probably, since there's no news impetus. This MOU with Iran is pretty much out in the open now. I mean, the text is all over the internet and all over the news and all over everywhere else. Unless Israel or somebody pulls a trick out of the bag, I'm sort of expecting a quiet news day. Therefore, I'll be looking for open auction after the a little responsive selling, and then an auction going into the holiday. That's my rotational day. That's what I'm thinking. Don't know. We had the big Fed Yahoo yesterday, the MOU with Trump, and then the big Fed announcement. So yeah, that's kind of where I think we're going to be today. Again, this is the NQ. This is my micro composite higher time frame chart, and it is again very simple. MES daily time frame, RTH session. So each one of these candles is an RTH session. There was yesterday, day before that, so on. We were in a gap up situation. Now, the way I do these micro composites, wherever price overlaps, I continue the volume profile around them, generating a micro composite VPOC, high and low. Obviously the high and low volume nodes, which are represented on the current volume profile, a micro composite volume profile, is the values are represented by these red and green lines. Simply the low volume, the high volume, the high volume, the low volume. That's all. And those values for the current one are pushed automatically to Bookmap. Now, perfect example. This may not be right. This may not be the way you like to do it, but I try to be consistent. Okay? It's my virtual journal. Remember, this is my trade journal, and I just let everybody look over my shoulder and listen in. Price gapped up. So that was the end of this micro composite. We started a new one when we had the overlap. Still overlapped. Continue the volume profile. That simple. Nothing tricky about it. And if you've got a better way to do it, drop something in the chat. One thing I want to mention about this stream, it is absolutely not my way or the highway. This is a collaborative effort, and I really, really welcome and appreciate comments, criticisms, suggestions, whatever. Drop them in the chat there, and we'll have a dialogue. Anyway, back to the higher time frame. So here we are. Big sell-off. Will it continue? Let's see. Volume so far. What do you think? I'm guessing light. Not bad. Yesterday was 53% of average. Today we're up in the 90s. This is the percent of the average pass of the past 20 trading sessions. And we're at 2.5 points on a 1 minute ATR. Okay, volume. We rolled. Oh, that's another thing. This has been quite a week. We rolled over on Monday. We had news on Tuesday. We had yesterday was the famous newsathon from hell, and then and the FOMC, and now today, and then a holiday tomorrow. So yeah, exciting week. This is Bookmap. Oh, I forgot to mention that the session prices here also push to Bookmap automatically as the high and low volume nodes. Forgot that part, right? Bookmap. Now, if you're not familiar, this is the heat map. These are various volume and cloud note columns. This is my micro composite column where I manually enter these values from the micro composite chart in IRT. Here are the high and low volume nodes, and I promise they're there. There you go. There's a few of them. There's some there. That's how they present. Okay, and then we have the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1700. Will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and RTH delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. These are the statistics, and my statistics column, which is really important to me. And again, I'm not lying to you. There are some of the statistics from yesterday. Now, obviously, we're going to need to determine the statistical open type for today and then go get the new statistics for the associated price levels. These are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. I publish these continuously from 1700 on Sunday through 1600, typically Friday, but will be today. And I share them freely with anybody that wants them. It drop something in the chat or let me know. And it's shared as a CSV link from Google Sheet, a Google Drive. So no virus issues. And you just put it in your Cloud Notes column or your software of choice or the indicator, line indicator. And these are pushed automatically, real time, continuously. So, and free, no problem. I don't have a dome anymore on these columns because it was taking up too much space. But what I do have are the two most important columns of the dome. Excuse me. The order book, ask and bid for all levels, level 2, all prices. And this is the price levels. So there we go. Now, what do we have here? Well, get this down a little bit so it makes sense. This is the heat map. And again, you'll notice there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. My methodology is keep it simple, stupid on steroids, because that's the way I think. Volume, statistics, and price. Action and levels. That's all I use to trade. There are POC for both full session and RTH session. POC is just a marker, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the RTH or ETH session, 75.55 is the price where we've traded the most contracts. The minute one of these other prices trades 55.58, it's going to move there. Simple. VWAP for the RTH and the Globex and mid. How simple can it be? Now, some of these this indicator just runs on data that I provide from either the Cloud Notes or wherever. It comes from IRT. I can have all of these session prices reflected by a line like this, or in this case, there's going to be some percentages of the initial balance range, which will show up as soon as we open. The initial balance, high and low, sometimes cause confusion, I think because of the naming, but it's very simple. The IB high and the IB low are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. So let's look at the statistics column, which is pretty important. First of all, we need to determine the statistic type, open type for the day. Well, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close way down there, so it's higher than the close. How would this open price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high, and the low's way down below us here. So it is higher in range, the same as it was yesterday. Now, if it were different, I would change the column title here. And I keep the column title current and accurate because I can look at that column title on a screen snap or the stream, and I know exactly the relationship of the ETH and the RTH and what may happen. Next, we're going to get rid of or delete the statistics from yesterday. That's yesterday. And now we're going to go grab the statistics for today and input them next to their associated prices. But before we do that, I'm going to do a thing I do every day, which is called the TLab snap. And you will ask yourself, what, pray tell, is the TLab snap. Wow. You got to be behind the $100 million paywall to find that one out. Maybe not, huh? Now, this is another reason why I do the stream. I can multitask with two hoots in hell. So I am going to, let me just do this quickly. And then we'll be done. Then I'll show you the whole thing, I promise. Paywall excluded. There we go. So the TLab Snap is a Bookmap Discord chat room sponsored by Bookmap, but created and led by a fellow named Tom B. And every day at about, well, sometime around 6-ish in the morning, or today was like a little before 5, I post a screen snap of the reports for the day. And then every day at about 8:20, I post this tab right there, TLab. And I post this view. And I created this long ago when I was real active in the TLab to kind of help folks in there that didn't have a similar charting with these numbers and historical stuff. Frankly, it came from, I noticed that just before or just after the Open, the RTH Open, there'd be a flood of posts in there about what was the POC, what was what was the overnight high, and all those kind of questions, valid questions. And it was obvious that those folks didn't have charting that gave them those data points. So I created this to try to help. And I'm not very active in there anymore because I followed the advice to focus on my market and narrate my market that I'm trading, not yucking it up somewhere else. And that's how the stream started, because as I said, I can't multitask worth a damn. So rather than keeping up a journal is important, but with this system where I have Bookmap and I have IRT and I have this voiceover for my thinking, I don't have to be copying and pasting or typing or anything to keep up a journal. And you can't get a more complete, transparent, accountable, accurate record than video and audio simultaneous, recorded for all posterity and streamed to YouTube. So absolutely official record, that's the point. And that's my point. You will never see or hear me talk about a trade that I took doing this bullshit. Oh, look at here. I got long here when I saw this was going on. Never. There's never a replay, and there will never be a video. Trades are live, real time, in the market, and graphed very vividly and explicitly by Bookmap. In case you're not familiar with how they do that, you'll see later on. So there you go. That's the TLab. Anyway, Tom B is been trading for 48 years, started out as a professional money manager. It's not a live calling room, nor is it a live trading room. Or I should say, it's not a trade calling room or a live trading room. But a lot of good advice from Tom and a lot of good dialogue back and forth and a bunch of good people in there. So there you go, the TLab. And one thing that is one plus for sure, you're never solicited for anything, which is kudos to Bookmap because it's sponsored by them. So obviously they want you to subscribe to Bookmap. That's the point. But you're never solicited for that or for anything else in there that I'm aware of. So that's the TLab. Now back to the point at hand here. Where the hell was I? Okay, we were talking about TLab. We were going, statistics. See, you're getting me confused now. The statistics come from right here. This is where we opened yesterday. Same open type, so it's going to be similar. You'll notice that some of these text are black and some are blue. Well, when we reset, these will all be black. As the values are, as we attain these levels, when price revisits the overnight mid, for example, the text will be changed from black to blue. So the way the system works is real simple. Like everything. The computer looks back at 1,810 days Excuse me, let me get a drink. The system looks back at the most recent 1,810 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range 562 of them. Of the days where we've opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.6% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 80.6. Boom, that's all there is to it. Now we're just going to go down the list. Overnight high, 74.6. And that's going to be right under the previous RTH high from the looks of it. 74.6. Oh, what am I doing? I'm goddamn sorry about that. Here's the overnight high down here. What am I thinking about? And that, frankly, doesn't make any sense to me because look at this. Look at where we're trading. So this hasn't updated yet, and we've had this spike up. The overnight high is actually going to be back up here because it's still the overnight. There we go. See how that works? Oh, isn't it cute that I know that? Now, if I can get it in the right spot, we'll be happy, right? Previous close is 69.2. And these are probabilities. They are not hard, fast lines in the sand, predictions, mystical, moon phases. They're probabilities. The percentage of time in 562 days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight high, 74.6% of the time. Simple. If you want to know the number of days, it is 419 days of 562 days. So, there you are. And notice that the overnight high keeps sneaking up here. That's because it's the live market and it's live data, right? So this is real time. This is not recording, history, rear view mirror, any of that. Useless. And the IB high now, I think I just stepped on myself, is 67.6. Let's wind this up and see if we can see it. That's the IB low. Well, the IB high is way above us. Let's not worry about that one right now. IB low is 60.0. And the reason I want to do this is remember the definition of the initial balance. The low and the high of the first 1 hour. So the minute we open, this flag is going to move below wherever price is. Currently, it's going, if we open right here, right now, it's going to be just about on top of itself. And I better pick up the tempo because we're only got 2 minutes to go. Previous high, we already saw where that one was, didn't we? No, we didn't. 58 points. So previous high, right there is 58.0. Down a tick, right there. Ooh, I wanted to see the POC. Okay, 66.2. So again, with the POC, because it's going to move immediately on the open. What else have I got going that I'm missing here? Overnight low is 48.4. That's going to be down below us, down here. And why isn't this closed where it belongs? Now I'm getting in kind of a hurry, and I don't do that well. All right, we've got less than a minute. I'm going to get to the, that's it for the statistics at this point. We'll see what happens when we get an open, and then we'll set Bookmap up to trade because we haven't activated the trade control panel yet. This gap high is done. Okay. We're going to open in 15 seconds. If it resets automatically, great. If it doesn't, I'm going to be on it like stink on it. Crap. And that didn't seem to work, did it? There we go. Okay. We're off and running, boys and girls. Right at the top of the overnight. What does that mean? Well, that looks like we're trying to get higher, doesn't it? Remember my mystical prediction about responsive selling? That doesn't look like anybody heard me. That's why you don't ever try to predict anything in the market. You anticipate, keep an open mind. All those old euphemisms or those old, sayings you've heard. Trade what you see, not what you think, all that stuff. I find myself, actually, talk about that maybe in a little while. I find myself having a bias, and that's bad. Not necessarily in the day trade, but, in other areas to do with trading only. But so now here we have the levels that I was talking about. And why is it so tight and jammed together? Because there's the opening high, there's the IB high and the IB low right here, right now. So pretty tight. Let's do let's reset the IRT from full session to the RTH session. And the reason I do that is to maintain the relationship of the session prices to each other. Primarily the value area low or high and the developing value area low or high. Those need to be correct, and I could explain why, but it's probably nobody cares. So, okay. Look, you want to see something funny? Look at this. Well, maybe look at this. It's lagging so bad. Never mind. Those are naked volume points of control. Okay, let's save that one. Let's get back to the right tab. And let's jump over to Bookmap and see what we're doing. So here's our volume nodes. Here's our IB high, our IB low. Now our zones are starting to spread out, right? Because with the IB, they're calculated automatically and pushed across from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. I forgot to mention Blue Boy. Sorry, buddy. This is a top secret, super duper expensive NASA approved indicator called a vertical line. I put that on the first print of each session because when I glance left and I can see this line, I know that's the beginning of the first print of the session. I know that right here is the inside market, definitely where we are right here, right now. So without question, this is the complete session in view. Typically, in this case, the overnight so far, because we haven't put the new Blue Boy in at 8:30 for this session, but I will do so. All right. I will, the background on Blue Boy is I used to keep, it's important to keep track of, in my opinion, it's important to keep track of the movement of the POC. By the way, this is the RTH POC, which is a brighter yellow. The more muted yellow is the full session right here. Same thing, just different sessions. Anyway, it's real important to keep track of this, the migration of the VPOC. So I used to have, and I still do, flags over here somewhere. Flags over here that are migrating VPOC. And I used to flag them like there would be a flag here, and there would be a flag there, and there would be a flag down here as it moved, right? But I wasn't clever enough when I started doing that to sequentially number them, like MVPOC 1, 2, 3, so I could have some cadence or sequence of how they were formed. So at the end of the day, I would just have a bunch of flags over here, and, you know, after the day progresses, obviously, these movements scroll off the screen. However, so Blue Boy came to mind, and that is, now I can just glance visually and know exactly, there you are. There's the whole thing. There's the first print, and without question, that's the price action so far. When you want to zoom in to make a trade, zoom the hell out of things. But if you've got Blue Boy on your job, you know, on the crew, then you're all set. Now let's put the day boy on here. Come on, guy. Goddamn. Damn. Well, this is so hard to get. I can't ever get them right exactly. Can never get 0, you know. That's going to be close enough. So, Blue Boy for today. Now, I can roll these out to 5 minutes. So there's 5 minutes on the time frame. There's Blue Boy. We know exactly what's going on now. Maybe I can get him more accurately. Maybe I can get more accurately. Let's check. There we go. That's good enough. Now, that's Blue Boy. So we know what we've got going on for the session. Without question, you know, there's the first print, and here's live right here, right now. So remember that responsive selling idea? Well, and it's, you know, it's just the same representation as over here, except with IRT or most charting packages, it's graphically clear as the nose on your face, right? I don't need to put any Blue Boys around here because there's the profile and here's the profile, and there we go. Now remember that we changed this from full session to RTH session. So this is yesterday's RTH. Thank you, Kevin Warsh and Donald Trump. And here we are today. You remember that about 8:30 when Trump came on, the market dumped off about 50 handles, and then, not to be outdone, Mr. Warsh came on with his new first FOMC rate announcement and press conference, and the market went down, sold off about 150 or 200 points, I think. It was a pretty dismal day for, well, here you go. Here's the RTH low, previous low, right? P low, 472. RTH high, 604. So 4, 5, 6. You know, there you go. Let's see what else we're doing here now. Let's make sure I got all these guys up and running. I'm waking up. There we go. Wake up. Everybody out of bed now. These are, let me just take this story a little further. Oh, damn it. Open. Okay. And going on here now? Cancel. I'm trying to keep the chapter markers up, and I get behind. I start talking and forget what I'm doing. I know something that's real important that I need to do. You didn't remind me. See, you guys are slipping up here. I'm going to have to start spanking everybody. We're going to have a group spanking here. I guess you probably agree that it would be important to be able to trade. And I agree with you. Boy, this thing's got a big lag going on, I'm sure. Let's just check. Yeah, 27 seconds. All right. Anyway, let's get over here. In order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel by clicking this little button. Right now, I could, click hell out of things in this column or hotkey up a storm and nothing's going to happen. No orders are going to go anyplace. Activate the trade control panel with this padlock. Hey, good morning, Anton. I'm busy over here babbling and I'm not paying attention. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're having some of that responsive selling, which is pretty typical. And don't forget, tomorrow's a holiday, so we're going into a long weekend. And that drama with Warsh and Trump yesterday, I suppose, got the market pretty well on the back foot. So it looks to me overnight inventory was 100% long for sure. We're gap up on the opens, and now it looks like we're getting some responsive selling. So. Yeah, your levels are working out great, man. Here's the close. Here's the previous close clear down here below us at 1075, or I guess about 11. So, Jesus, 65, 66 handles, gap. Open to previous close, not range. But you got it. Yeah, in order to trade, you've got to select an account now rather than a chart or a DOM column. And in my case, I'm using these Lucid accounts to do this testing of the hedge philosophy methodology that Anton developed and shared, which is I really appreciate. So this is the only way I could de-risk from 2 micros on my live AMP account and still have be able to trade meaningful size to, working on this strategy and still be able to take some profit with the minimum return on investment, maximum return on investment, minimum investment. So that's why I'm doing those accounts. Now, something else that you got to do, first of all, or also, is make sure that the right account is, journal account here is selected. I've never gone here, but I'll have to do that. I use Static as a journal, but I'll have to go here and see what this looks like now that there's a few traded in there. And you have to make sure the multi-account trading thing is on and it's the right one is selected. These are still active from the Globex stream last night. So that's good. Now, the next order of business is I have to do the same exact thing for the hedge instrument, which is the mini control panel. Pick an account, one contract, back off. Okay, dokey. Now, one thing I've done here, and I hope it works. I tested it once and it didn't work, but we'll see what happens again today. To avoid some fat finger error in this active data column, I have done something I didn't even know existed here, which is this new thing. Typically, there's no confirmation for any trading that I do because I don't want to have that happen. Whether it's a hotkey or you can also trade with your keyboard with hotkeys, by the way. But Right now, the way I can trade with a mouse is only in this active data column because there's no DOM over here anywhere. But if I'm trying to move the column here, or if I make a mistake and accidentally click in this column, I've got an order on whether I meant to or not. If I click up here above, if I left click up above price, that's a market order, and that's going to zoom down there and fill right at that moment. Well, I've found this dialog, and I've activated market orders confirmation. So we'll see if I try to put a click up here rather than an order go in, it should pop up a confirmation and I can select no. That would prevent me from having that fat finger, I hope, or, you know, error, execution error, which I haven't done it for a long time, but it happened about 3 weeks ago. So it's fresh in my mind and it really pissed me off, needless to say. So we're set up to execute. Given the, you know, if now what I'm waiting for is for the initial balance setups. And here we go. And Anton's got all of his levels all picked out and ready to rock. So he's excited. And I think I had this on the wrong window or thing. So here we go again with this is that dialog. You get to it from settings. And that's what I did. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny that the dialog doesn't have a save. It has a all or cancel. It doesn't have a save. I guess it's just when you click it, that's what it's going to be, whether it's none or all. There's got to be more than one option there, I would think. But anyway, we'll see. This is the, by the way, this is the 7.7.0 build 19 book map. Think. I hope. Yeah, right there. I think I'm giving up on the Globex thing. I've been now 3 weeks with no real opportunities. First of all, the Globex one, you know, that 5 o'clock to 1900. Or, you know, 5 to 7, whatever, Eastern, Central Standard Time. No real opportunities ever produced themselves there. A couple have shown up in the Tokyo, but of course it goes so late. I'm not going to be up at, you know, 1 o'clock in the morning managing a trade that got put on at 7:30 in the evening. You know what I mean? And I think the reason that it is probably a doable thing for other people is different instrument that I mentioned yesterday. Because, like, for example, the NASDAQ has got such a huge, you know, volatility. Or other instruments. Anyway, I hope things are good on your end there, my brother, and you're all set up for your holiday and get out there and barbecue up something and swim up a storm, your boy, and whatever else. We're supposed to be having a tropical storm. Arthur has formed right off the Galveston coast, so we may have a hurricane over the weekend. That'll be a lot of fun. I've taken in a whole new, you know, slant on hurricanes. From being down there in Florida and on the boats, and in the Caribbean a lot, I was real sensitive and conscious about them. I've pretty much done the preparations around here in this place that I can do. And instead of worrying all the time, last season I just said, screw it. If a storm is really going to come here, I'm going to know about it. I used to track them coming up out of the Gulf and across, you know, when they'd start to form coming off the Cabo Verde somewhere. Yeah. I just decided I'm spending a lot of time worrying about stuff. And if the damn thing shows up, I'll start boarding it up if I can. I've got hand crank lanterns and a generator, and I can, you know, hopefully it'll start. This is a rental house. It's not ours, so we can't do anything about switching out the windows or anything like that. I will have to... but I do have plywood and 2x4s in the garage that I bought 2 or 3 years ago for just such an occasion. No, I don't really have a garage. The people that own the house walled off the garage door and everything and turned the garage into a gym. So it's got mirrors all across one wall and a floor, goofy looking floor. And they had a bunch of Bose speakers around in there. What it is for us is a big storage place. Now, my daughter calls it the murder shed. But we do have a carport, so at least the car's out of the sun and the weather. So that's something. But I'm not going to worry about it. If we get a storm, we get one. If the power goes out, I'll try to get the generator going. And if not, tough it out. But of course, that hurricanes were being caused by the Democrats, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene. So with Trump and those fellers in there, I guess we shouldn't have to worry about hurricanes. I heard a quote speaking of that, which is pretty funny. The new FEMA director, one of the appointees, the recent appointees, and I don't know his name. There was a thing, I don't think it was AI or something. It was an actual, they were having a meeting and he actually said, is there really a hurricane season? This is the guy that's supposedly heading up FEMA. Just about the only thing FEMA ever responds to or ever reacts to in a major way are hurricanes. Shocking. But then the head of health education and welfare is a heroin addict. So what do you want? Good God. So welcome to the stream, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Any trades, all trades that I take are live on the stream in real time, never a recording or a replay. And recorded for all time. Any trades that are executed by my statistics, studies, and homework over here, like, for example, this one, and which are pushed to this charts, are executed in the IRT simulated environment because I'm not confident enough on my coding skills. And these are testing, right? These are back testing and forward testing strategies that I vet. This is how I only trade statistically vetted setups. But you have to have a place to do that, test that out. And that's what I do over here. But any trades that are taken manually by me on Bookmap are live, real time, in the market, in your face. Go get them. And we've got Blue Boy, and he's being pretty bashful already over here. There we go. So it looks like they got down to the 35s there, and that's about as far as they wanted to get. But that's well over 50% of the price improvement overnight above close. Mm-hmm. Going on. Don't see any. Well, there is going to be a press conference with Vance at 10 o'clock. And then Trump is going to be presenting medals of honor to, I guess, the January 6 people or something, I suppose. I don't know. At 1,500. And I don't think there's any. That whole MOU has been circulated everywhere. It's been put out on the internet and every place else. So I don't think there's any secrets about that, and I think it will be, I'm hoping it's going to be kind of a quiet news day. If Trump is presenting medals of honor, that would suggest to me that he's back. How the hell would that work? I thought they were supposed to be signing this MOU in Switzerland tomorrow. Moving on from the G7, how would he be doing the medals of honor? Typically, that's done at the White House. Hell. Who knows? What I was going to say was I hope it's a quiet news day and we can just get on to doing something. Like I need a trade this week or two. Anyway, here's what I'm talking about. Vance and then Trump, and this is the one that's got me puzzled right here. Not that having me puzzled is not a very hard thing to do, but start some music up. So anyway, there we go. We are just about the top of the hour, at which point I will restart IRT, I think, to see if it can get its knickers untied from the lag knot. What levels are you looking at over there now? Well, we're below, we're above the previous POC, right? No, wait, we're below it, way below it. Previous POC's right here. From yesterday, 66, so yeah. Okay, I'm just reading what you're saying and having a look. Hello? There you go. Yeah. Yesterday? Today. I notice most of the guys in static have switched to Sierra charts rather than IRT, I think. Looks like. Just judging from screen snaps. I don't get around there much anymore. They're doing a bunch of stuff. Jorgensen got himself some SpaceX shares. He was all excited about that. Lefty seems to have figured out trading or turned the corner or whatever. He's, at least from his posts, sounds that way. Okay, the next order of business here is this is the Edgeful initial balance setup, and the way this works is IB high, IB low, the percentages. These values here are those which are reflected over here. IB high, 25, 50, 25, IB low. The technique of the system is breakout, IB high or low, and obviously after 9:30, because there is no IB until it sets after 1 hour. And then pull back, in the case it was short, pull back to the 50 or retrace to the 50 for the entry and stop, or in the case of the long, between the 25 and the 50, or I extrapolate between the two based on the data from Edgeful. And that is, let's see here. I keep forgetting. I gotta do stuff. Yeah. Okay, this is all from last night. So we're gonna change this whole shooting match around to, excuse me, initial balance setups. I'm gonna go with this first one right here. I don't do some of this what's in play and all these things. Now there's a gap open and it's still way open. That's not been closed, but let's just cut straight to the chase, which is the IB, and that's my first look. It's forming now, which is correct. It's the wrong instrument, which is not correct. And we're on 6 months of data. And we need to put this, let's put it on the Chicago cash, baby. Let's put it on where we really are today, where I am. You're in New York, there, Antone, so that would have been good for you. You're in Eastern time zone, I mean. So MES 6 months standard report 75.59, call it 76% probability will single break one level of the IB or the other. 22%, 23% probability will double break. That's both IB high and IB low, and 1.57 probability that we will not break either one. And that's not as rare. I mean, yeah, it's pretty rare when you look at the percentages, but we've had that happen a couple of times in the last 2 or 3 months. So that's, you know, if it were not a probability, it would say 0, right? So, and here's some of the times that these things have happened. Single breaks recently, this month, the occurrences down here, etc. So that's pretty cool. Let's move on. Let's move on to this one, the weekday. Now this is pretty surprising to me still. I want to make sure that the custom stuff is right. Hour, wick, 5 minute. Yep. One thing about the candle criteria, wick or close, can have a pretty big impact, because if you use wick, it's just the higher the low, irregardless of the candle time frame or bar time frame. If you use close, it can drastically affect this probability or the statistics, because it could wick way into that zone, you know, way above the IB high, but close below it. So it would not register as a breakout or breakdown. So that's why I always leave it on wick. Now, Thursday, okay? Now watch the difference. Watch this. Amazing difference by days of the week, huh? Unfortunately, Friday's not going to be a thing for us, but we've got a 70%, 71% probability we'll single break today. Looking back 6 months on the MES, 29% will double break, and no probability of neither. So the next thing we need to do is move to maintaining the same thing here. Move to the rejection. This is my favorite report, actually, but I always forget to set these. Gonna move this to Thursday and move this to all days for now. So the IB high formed first. These are the probabilities. The IB low formed first. These are the probabilities. the simplest way to look at that is, well, there's a couple ways, but the IB high was formed first, right? There's the first candle of the day, of the session. There's the IB high. Now we keep pushing the IB low lower. So we can do that over here. We can analyze that or understand that here, or you can use this handy dandy groovy trading view, which I think is so nifty. These indicators, these sessions and this continuation candle and the IB zones and IB is all part and parcel of the these invite only indicators, which are here from Edgeful, and they're part of your subscription if you subscribe to Edgeful. And I can see that I was a sleepy little turd last night and I didn't get this updated properly. Didn't change these around from the opening range. So now we're gonna set the dashboard, which is gonna show up over here on the upper right and be reflective of today's IB. Boop, there you go. So far we've got a 46 handle IB on the MES U contract. Really? That's unbelievable. That can't be right. Hold on, what's the hell's the deal here? 8:30 to 9:30. That can't be right. There's no freaking way we've got a 46 point range. Is there? Hold on. What do we got? 35 to, oh hell yes. Wow. Jesus, that's a surprise. We sold off hard and there we are. I didn't even, so you can see right away that that would surprise the hell out of me. Well, yeah, I hear you completely, Anton. As you see on my book map, do you see any heat map floating around anywhere? I don't. And I actually did something this morning. Let me just pause this idea about the setting up on investor, whatever this thing's called, Trading View. I did this snap exactly for you. This is someone's post who shall remain nameless on the TLab, where you're very familiar. This is this guy's chart. Where the hell is the price? This is this fella's book map. Beats the living shit out of me how you would ever trade that. And he bought something over here and, you know, he was talking about stuff. Good for him. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. There is no, I cannot possibly see, I can sort of see that price is just what we're doing is consolidating here, I would guess. I have no clue. You know, I don't know how people trade that. Got no idea. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you absolutely with the, yeah, no shit, huh? That's like, you know, ODing or something, too much acid or something. Absolutely a bad trip. Timothy Leary talked about that, I think. Okay, back to Trading View. Sorry that I was shocked by this range, but Jesus, that does shock me. So, a couple of things. First of all, these indicators are part of that. Yeah, okay, we talked about that. Here's why I'm not trading. This was the first time in 3 weeks that the Asia was actually not overlapping the Globex opening 2 hours or OB. But no, you know, there's the breakout, no retrace whatsoever, and on it went. So that's not any kind of an edgeful trade setup in my book, and I don't think it makes any sense to try to pre-run with this light data. And then here is the Asia session, and it did break out, It did pull back, and then it just trades flat all the way across the board until whenever the hell time that is. 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, oops, I'm not going to be up doing that. So, here we are today. Now, the first thing to notice is this red line and this red shading. That is real simple. That's called the continuation candle or bias, and here's the opening print of the session, i.e. the IB high was put in first. So far, the IB high is second, and here is the closing price of the current candle, not the range or the IB, but there's the closing price. So in the mind of Edgeful and the data, the bias would be short based on this. Now, I have this opening continuation candle time frame set for 1 hour, the same as the IB. So when we get to 1 hour, then we will see what we've got. The closing price of the last candle of the IB period, or the first 1 hour, also dictates the end of day zone, which is a percentage that is added to the filter. And of course, IB high breakout or low breakout, and in this case the high was formed first, so we're looking at the likely suspect will be a probable breakout on the low. And that's a real easy way to I really like this. This trading view, I never gave it any look or thought at all, and I really like it. So this is essentially a coded version of what we're just talking about, and this data right here. So we put the IB high first. There's a 41% probability we're going to break the high first. There's a 56% probability that we're going to break the low first on a Thursday in the MES, looking back 6 months, and there's no end of zone waiting yet. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Well, you obviously you know how I feel about it. There's no way I can do that, or could do that. So, okay, I'm going to restart IRT just to piss everybody off. Let me see if there's lags going on. Yep, still got lags. So, okay, I'm going to restart IRT here. Wait a minute here. Get you over here so you're on Bookmap or somewhere. And I don't mean to belittle that fella. It's just, hey, you know, if you are consistently profitable throwing darts and clicking over your shoulder, great. Don't change whatever you do, you know. But if not, but there's no way I could look at that and make heads or tail of it. I wouldn't know. As I said, I couldn't see price at all. How the hell do you put an order in? I don't know. I guess you just click market, I suppose. I don't know. Okay. Well, Bookmap, have you untangled your ass yet? Or what's this deal? Go right here. I am going to now, I hesitate to do this, but I really am trying to find out if I have cured the possibility of the stupidity over here. I could click down here, I could right click down here, which would be a limit sort. If it doesn't throw the box. If it throws the confirmation box, then I know that's what I want. Otherwise, there'll be a yellow line go zooming up here in the short order. And I hesitate to do that, but I don't know another way to test it. I don't think that it would be test worthy in a replay, but maybe. I guess maybe rather than lose money to find out, I can wait till tonight. I won't be probably doing the Globex, or for sure tomorrow night I won't. I can do a test and see if it works. I did test it the other day and it did not work. I right-clicked up here and it was right down there with a long. No question about it. So, I don't know. We'll see. Restart IRT. I should have right clicked on it for the short too. Then I would have been able to at least make a couple of bucks rather than lose $30 or whatever. So if I right click down here, that would be the same as a limit order, a market order. I'm not going to do that though, but I'm just going over it in my head. Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. I think you're right. With a lot of things. That's a big thing with flying. You know, inexperienced pilots get some, that have money, get some, you know, fancy twin, high aspect ratio wing that's got a, you know, critical stall windows and stall parameters and stuff, and then end up in a pile of shit somewhere, you know, all dead. That happens a lot. They figure if they can, you know, drive a 172 around, they got plenty of money to, and they can do whatever. Well, doesn't happen. Steve Wozniak did that. The Apple guy, you know? He got his, obviously, cubic money, and he got a pilot's license and immediately jumped out and got a twin Baron or Twin Beach. I'm not sure the name, the brand or the model, but I think it was a twin. It might have only been a Baron, which is a single. And he damn near killed himself and his wife. He was all screwed up in the hospital for a while. Fortunately, of course, for both, they survived, but yeah, that's what happened to him. Let's see here. I haven't done some stuff. I can see that right now. And that is right there. And right there. And right, oh yeah, I restarted. Oh, of course. Okay. Why isn't this son of a bitch going away over here? Oh, I want to hide. Hide. Okay. This fence trade is, what in the hell are these? I thought this was this guy right here. There it is. Okay, it was that guy. The fence trade is an interesting one. Interesting one. Excuse me. That is an opening range breakout a little, and it's different than this initial balance one, and it's not based on any of these percentages, which I like. But essentially, what it is it's for a breakout continuation, which this IBEF, data edgeful data doesn't really address. Simply, what the fence job is there's a breakout. Opens inside, closes outside. Okay. Then rather than trade back and retrace back to a percentage level or somewhere area within the IB. Some area within the IB. Opens outside in the direction of the breakout. Opens outside, wicks back into the range, closes outside. That's a short. In this case, would be a short. That's the fence trade. And it can have merit for sure. Okay, now I've got this going. This is happening, so it's almost 9:30, isn't it? Almost. Then this will be doing all of the stuff it's supposed to be doing. But these zones will materialize and push across, and we'll see if that takes any trades. Bar thing, I haven't been able to figure out any bar thing with that indicator. All right, so back to the drama here. Trading view, still short, bias, IB high still formed first. This could change, of course, if price goes up and puts in a new high. Then all of a sudden the lows form first. Then you turn all the data around. Pretty easy. Big, almost 50 handle range. That's pretty amazing. So here's something to think about that. 50 handles divided by 4. Each one of these pullbacks is more than 10 points, right? Whatever, 12 and a half. So that changes the risk and the reward a lot. On the edgeful, approaching it from the edgeful thing. Typically, if it's a short, I would wait for the 50% level, retrace to short, and have it stop above the 75. Well, I don't generally have a 10-point stop, and this would be a 20-point target. So it's important for me to keep in mind the relationship, which I'm glad I looked at this, because when I saw that 46 points, I was not thinking we had this big IB ahead of us here. Okay. Where am I now? Who's excuse me, who's on third? I guess, yeah, 12 points, exactly. 12 points between each zone at this point. That's that would certainly affect the hedge idea. I've been working on a 3-point stop with the hedge at the, replace it as a trade management in lieu of the hard stop. That's not even, there's barely a scratch here. What's 3 points? Well, let's see, where are we at? Where are we? So 58, 13, there's 3 points, not even half the zone. Got to think about that one. And we are in a real rotational mess here. Well, not mess, but market. Welcome to the stream. If you're new, like and subscribe, contribute to the chat. That's always a real big deal. Very welcome. This is my virtual trading journal. Whatever you see here on my charts is live in real time, and my voice over provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. I only trade vetted setups, and I only trade live, real time, never recorded or never replayed here. I mean, I should say never video or replay. Of course, if you look at the stream after today, it would be replay, but you know what I mean. On Bookmap. In IRT, these setups, which are in this case have been back tested and it is now forward testing on live data, push the results to this visualization chart so that I can see things are happening when I expect them to, and when I expect them to, and where I expect them to. And those trades would be executed within the simulated environment of IRT. I want to be real clear about that. Also, it's maybe important, maybe not, but it seems so to me. I stream the entire monitors here rather than just the application, so you can always look at the open programs, system clock to the second, date, tie it back to the timeline, transparent and fully accountable is the idea. I tell you, I wish I was, I don't know what you would call it. Sometime, just a situation like this, when we top up, just throw on a short, and that's, just throw on a short and see where it goes. On that opening swing somehow. I've never been able to figure out how to do it. I guess the VPOC migration here would have been one to look at. The first migration down and this little price action, just throw a short on, and because you'd be in, for 30, 40 points in the money. I don't know how to do that. More importantly, I don't know how to backtest that to come up with the statistics and the expectancy to consider it a vetted trade. But boy, I wish I could. What's driving this now? Oh, well, we're going to have the IB set in exactly 55 seconds. Well, look at there. So now we can zoom back over here and look at, I'll show you how that, depending on where this closes, this will set the closing price of the last bar in the range, will set the closing ending zone value. And the way those values are assigned is as follows. Opposite the first level formed, so opposite the IB high, 0 to 25%, 25% to 50, 50% to 75, and 100. Then that value will be, so we're looking for 25 to 50 here right now. Just changed. There's the closing price. So we can jump back over here to a thing real fast. IB high was formed first. MES 6 months. Thursday. Now the final piece is the ending zone, and that's 25 to 50. There you have the statistics for this, for all of our filtering. There's a 67% probability we're going to take out the IB low, a 33% probability we take out the IB high. Oh, I'm sorry, other way around. What the hell am I talking about? First break is the IB high. That doesn't make any freaking sense. That screws me up. That, I'll tell you, this thing has a hell of an effect on the, it has a hell of an effect on the data. I mean, if I look at this price action, I would be leaning on the low big time. Right now, the higher probability is for the IB high to be broken first. Jesus, that seems weird. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. I thought I had the session wrong somehow. That doesn't make sense to me, but hey, that's the statistic. That's looking back. Let's look back over some more time. Jesus. Look back 2 years. Ah, now it looks different, doesn't it? More data points. This sounds realistic. That's pretty weird. Let's see if it continues. Yep, sure as shit. In the last 6 months, this has been the case. Wow. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm busy talking and doing all this amazing stuff, and I've got the wrong window going. This is pretty amazing. Based on the ending zone, which is correct, in 6 months, this is the probability is 67% we're going to take the IB high first break. If we go back to a year, other way around. That's a dilemma by definition. Looking at the price, I would say, well, it's pretty obvious to me we're going to probably take the low first. That's interesting. So the next, let's leave it on 6 months and see how the rest of this changes. All right, let's look at the next piece, which is the retrace. Now, this is if the initial balance high is broken first, and this is if the initial balance low is broken first. They call it break down for the low or the short and break out for the high. If you want to believe the data, there's a 44% probability that we break the high first, it'll retrace 25. And then 22% it would go to 50. So I would interpolate between the two and get along. The other way around is over here. 83% probability if we break the low, it's going to retrace to the 25. And 58% we're going to retrace to the 50%. So I would wait until the 50% level to get short. Looking at a breakdown. These don't have to do with that last. Oh, that really puzzles me a lot. Let's do that. Let's get rid of that 24%. What was it? Let's get back to all days. That's makes sense. But when you put the ending zone in there, That's got one hell of a difference, doesn't it? That it changes it significant. I don't know what to say. To be honest with you. Yeah, I am really amazed by that, by this difference here in the ending zone, and then on top of that, even I guess confused is the best word. When you add in when you look at a bigger data set, this makes sense to me. Let's look at the whole shooting match here and see what happens. Hello. I don't think I very rarely pull from 5 years of data. Well, it's essentially the same. So from 1 year all the way back to 5 years, it's pretty much the same based on these exact criteria. Where shit goes upside down, or when this goes upside down for me is when it gets to 6 months. I'm sort of at a loss as to figure out why that would be, other than the thing I would have to say is there's only three frequencies here, right? So there's just not enough data set, not a big enough data set to be meaningful, I guess. So I'm going to punch it out to a year, and not a hell of a lot more for a year. That's something that's important to remember, that I think you and I, Anton, were talking about, is like, what is this? Well, there's only 52 Wednesdays or Thursdays in a year. So in order to get some sort of meaningful data in the subset occurrences, you got to get out further than 6 months. I was kind of sticking on 6 months, thinking, well, in this crazy environment we have with the administration and the geopolitical stuff, and snatching leaders in South America and blowing up shit in Iran and whatever else, would trading, a system, I guess, or a strategy, would it be applicable that worked 3 years ago or 2 years ago? Would that be applicable today in this environment? And my thinking was, hell no. Nothing was, no, 3 years ago, absolutely not. 3 years ago it was quiet. You got your news from the news. Fox News was going crazy, of course, but the data was coming out of the government, and there wasn't, it wasn't economic or policy by tweet, So I assumed that was probably not meaningful. But I'm thinking that I'm going to have to go to no less frequency than a year in order to have some meaningful data. This makes sense. There's a substantial, but not a hell of a lot of occurrences. Oh yeah. I guess that was an eye-opener, huh? For me, anyway. What's going on with my newfound groovy tool? So here we are. No breakout yet. There's our closing zone. Remember that it's allocated opposite the first formed level. 25 to 50, 0 to 25, 25 to 50. There you go. And there's the close. That's right. Bias is short because we opened up here and we closed that range down here the first hour. So typically, the assumption is on the basic report that the opposite level to that which is formed first is the likely suspect to break out. This is not, we could go up here and break the low or break the high. They all know. So there you go. There we go. That's about as far as I can get with the stats. I'm going to leave it like this and think that now the problem I've got is based on those two different data ideas, what would you lean on? What that would tell me is, at this point, or at least this is what I'm thinking standing here. Yeah, exactly. Value area, let's see. I got to look on IRT for that one because it's not over here. But there's developing value area, which is current. Value areas, I don't, when I change my IRT charting from full session to ETH session only, it changes the value area low to the previous RTH session, not the ETH. And developing value area low and high are for the current auction. So I need to look, if I want to know about what you're commenting on there, which is, I'm sure, correct. Oh yeah. Come on. I need to change this back as well to the ETH or the full session to get the ETH value area high and low. Now we can look over here. Oh, we can really, I know what we can really do. We can look at this beauty. There you go. So here is the overnight, this is the ETH, and there's the value area high and the value area low. And here we are, and here's today's trade. Oh yeah. Oh, the old TLab, it's the first time I think I've ever used this TLab chart for anything other than the post in the morning. But it's, full session, so there you go. Huh. That's pretty amazing. So let me get back to this one and think about what I would do in a retracement. Depending, now the retracement doesn't really deal with that closing zone and all that stuff. So I suppose it could be taken face value. If we break the low first, this is the retracement probabilities to think about. And if we break the high first, these are the probabilities to think about. That's how I'll judge this, I think. I don't know, what do you think? Maybe just slide down to is Southport. You ever get down to Lauderdale there on 15th Street? And is Southport Raw Bar still down there? That used to be a lot of fun. And the 15th Street Fishery and all those places. But Southport Raw Bar was like famous, man. They sold more oysters and on the half shell than anybody else, I think. It was a lot of fun those days. Carlos and Pepe's was also down there on 15th Street. They had King Kong margaritas, some giant, giant glass full of margaritas, which of course we always used to have 2 or 3 of, and then wonder why we were shit-faced. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Young World was our oyster, it was a good time. Fun memories. Very definitely. I'm ready for this weekend, boy. I want to do some homework and not worry about that Globex thing, because that's screwed me up for being able to do any homework at night. You know, by the time I've started the day, like this morning, I was up at 4. And if I were to do the Globex tonight, that's, you know, going through until 20:30. So that's about 20 hours worth of standing around, and that's not a lot of fun for me. I'm looking forward to being able to do the homework stuff, and I'm still working on which of those legs to take off first with some sort of methodology, so I don't end up realizing that it's going way against me, deer in the headlights kind of thing. You know, I want to be sure I've got a pre-thought plan for that. And of course, with this tropical storm turning into potential hurricane, I may, you know, I may be up to my ass in water here this weekend. You never know. Always. Hey, Panda, what are you doing? Yeah, it was a Southport Raw Bar was a family place. I mean, it was not much at night really, but it was just oysters and clams and, you know, but real popular in those days. I have no idea. But all that stuff's in Lauderdale. Never got up to Boca much. Don't really know my way around up there at all. And yeah, we don't get out at all. I mean, we don't go anywhere here. At all. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Come on. And those, you know, those memories are great, and they were a long time ago. That was the 80s. Went down to Lauderdale and bought the boat in 80, I think. Pretty much the Caribbean most of the 80s, then Africa in the 90s. Then back in the Caribbean a little bit, and then Asia after that. So yeah, long time. I'm sure things are probably completely different there now. Son of a gun if they're not going to head up towards that high, huh? That data blew me out of the tub when I saw that. I just couldn't figure it out, but it's, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility now, is it? That we break the high. We got the overnight high, we got the IB high, we got the open. Roping and doping, we got the open. And what's this guy over here? That's the IB low from previous. Yeah, from yesterday. A lot of stuff going on right up here. And the previous POC. Rod has got some trade he's mentioned something about in static. I don't really get there much anymore other than that I try to look in the morning early just to see what happened yesterday. He mentioned something about he missed the short, but he got the overnight low rejection. Well, I guess that's a new thing that he's figured out. I don't know. So there you are. This is the overnight high, but you know. Okay. We got up to the 25. These are not any kind of levels. Of course, the mid here is, by definition, 50%. Some would front run it. Yeah. Let me see here what you're talking about. Yeah, the ETH low previous close, that we never closed the gap either, by the way. Which is, I guess it's because I had the wrong definition of gap for a long time in my brain, but I've never been a big follower of that gap story. That's even a statistic, and that's the first report that shows up in Edgeful and all that is the gap. I guess I need to recalibrate my thinking. And there's people that, you know, like I'm the gap guy, and you know, they just trade it. It's funny. Now, whether they make money just doing. I had something funny happen. You remember we talked about how all of these internet guru people or these YouTubers, there'll be a flurry of, oh, I make all my money on this strategy, the orb or the whatever it is, you know, different ones, and it's to get the new subscribers. Oh, thank you.
Too much.
Yeah, theory is to get the new the noobs, you know, to subscribe so they can get because they really make their money on the YouTube thing. And I had kind of forgotten about that and don't ever really look. But I happened to see something last night about Asia gold trade. And it fit in with my, well, maybe I need to look at a different instrument for these, you know, Globex or Asia thing. And so I just kind of listened to it for a couple minutes and I think I fell asleep. And when I was today or this morning, when I was kind of going through, all of a sudden I see about 15 gold orb, this, you know, the peachy chick and the, you know, all of them. So now apparently the gold opening range breakout and all these different strategies are that's the strategy du jour to get in the new guys, get in the new subscriptions. So funny. I mean, I don't know. I guess they just really monitor YouTube, and when one of them posts that up, so then they all jump on the train, I guess, figuring that those are going to be widely searched topics. I guess. I don't know. I don't really know how all of that works, but they must make money at it. I'm sure they do. I guess I wish I did too. And not one of them that I'm aware of ever trades live on their stream. I guess if you want to see that, you got to be in the special Discord behind the paywall room, or, you know, deal or whatever. What strikes me as just BS, as you know. But I thought it was pretty funny when all of a sudden now gold is the new ES, I guess, or the new NASDAQ. And I've coded up a couple of them, and they all fall on their ass, you know, exactly as they put forward the strategy in their YouTube thing. And they don't, the results don't bear out what I get. And none of them ever trade live. Well, if you wanted to lean on the stats based on 6 months and you wanted to front run, you'd take a long off this 50 and target the high. I don't think that's I don't think that's got a good potential, especially when if changing the data from 6 months to 2 years flips the whole probability the other way. Is the music, by the way, loud or anything weird? Last night or yesterday afternoon, I was watching it, so I figured, well, let's see how this works. I streamed the Kevin Warsh press conference after the Fed meeting, but it was so quiet I had to turn the volume up in order to hear it at least on my side, on my headset. And so I think I got it back where it was before, but in case you're getting blown out of the water or something, let me know. I don't have speakers in here, so I'd have to put my headset on and stuff. Well, this is certainly not a signal in any direction. Oh, great, thanks. That's the salsa. I think the jazz is probably the best. I like the blues in the afternoon, but at some point I should probably listen to a bunch of those different ones and have some alternatives up my sleeve, but I don't do it, I tell you. Important to remember, I'm talking to myself here, about the range, because I lull myself to sleep not paying attention to the actual range on the ladder. You know, we're looking at 20 handles there to the IB high. Now, at the risk of doing the fat finger bullshit, there's 1 point high. Oh, you know who I haven't queued up lately is Walter. Come here, Walter. This weekend I'll try to figure out how to get this on the... Trump. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. America is safe, respected, and stronger than ever. Jobs are at record highs. Affordability is returning. You're welcome. Walter Bloomberg. Iran on the MOU text. U.S. commits to end all sanctions on Iran based on an agreed timetable within the framework of the final agreement. We're also going to give them a release somewhere around $300 billion. Yeah. It's a little different than what Vance was saying. Yeah, and it was just when they're so close, when they form just offshore like that, I don't get all, my knickers in a knot, particularly because as you know, when a storm comes over land, it starts breaking up. So when the center forms just off like Galveston and the steering upper level winds were steering it kind of up the coast and towards Louisiana, I wasn't too shook up about it. But like I said earlier, I would get all worried and have hurricane maps on my, my desktops and stuff like that. I'm not going to do that anymore. I've got hand cranked lanterns. I've got, tarps. I've got the plywood and 2x4s out. The only thing I don't have is a power saw. I've just got a handsaw, which is pretty stupid. But we got a generator we picked up at Costco that I've never even started or put the oil in, and that was 2 years ago when I bought it. But I have the gas pipe hooked up and the hoses to hook to the generator, and I've got the generator plug in. I installed the generator plug into the service panel and the disconnect and all that crap. So yeah, bring it on, bitch, bring it on. No, I hope it doesn't happen because it's so so hard on people who can least afford it. That seems to be the way it always is. The people in need get hammered, and the Elon Musks and the useless pukes of the world don't have any problems. But yeah, thanks a lot for the heads up. I'm hoping the same thing myself, obviously. It's been raining, like I said, on the stream every day for days. So the ground doesn't need any more of it at the moment. Yeah, I went through a couple in the Caribbean. That's exciting. Sighting on a little island. That's exciting. Remember when Trump came into office and he canceled all the offshore wind farms that were in progress? Contracts had been let. Contractors were out there working, you know, a lot of a real questionable decision to me, as far as credibility and never mind everything else. I saw an article. The government, the taxpayers are going to pay $600 million to those contractors to cancel those, as penalties to cancel those offshore contracts. Jesus. I don't know why this administration's got such a hard-on about renewable anything. But it's like, really? Wow, that was pretty incredible. But we're going to revitalize coal, baby. Well, that's good. That's good, yeah. There's not a, with Florida, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, you know. That's kind of like here, too, I think. Same way with the Caribbean. And those poor mothers in Haiti, those poor sons of bitches, they get clobbered. There can be a storm any place in the Caribbean, and Haiti gets hammered. And, of course, the people who could least afford deal with it, whatever, you know, it's terrible. So sorry for those guys. They can't catch a break. Going back as far as Duvalier, you know, they haven't been able to catch a break over there in years. Surprisingly, here in Houston, there's a tremendous amount of really mature big trees. Ponderosa pines and oaks. And I mean 80 feet high. It's surprisingly, the pines are the most dangerous because apparently they have a small root ball compared to the oaks. And, you know, last time that a storm came through here, just down the street, a big pine from across the street was blown over and took out a second-story bedroom and stuff on a house across the street from it. So that's the, you know, and then, of course, as you mentioned, you know, power lines and poles and all that. You know, they're all, of course, at risk. When that last storm, whatever it was, that came through here, there was like 200,000 or 300,000 people out of power. And this is since we've been back, so it's within the last 3-4 years. We didn't lose power ever. This was, you know, we're in kind of a lucky area, I think. But there were people that were out of power for months. And that really sucks. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. THV. And that is the they just keep double top that 25% zone, which means nothing other than I drew it there. But yeah, tested up here a couple of times and now back down to the VWAP. Yeah, well, the VWAP and the VPOC. And the mid and a bunch of other stuff.
Well, here we are, all dressed up, no place to go. Well, I would say my usual comment would be retail soup, this kind of trade action. Pretty wide, pretty big pot of soup there with 50 something handles, but I still have a hard time believing that's true. 35 to 82, that's pretty much 50 handles any way you look at it. Hey, Luck. What's up, buddy? What are you doing? Yeah, Mom went to bed. Are you going to come see Dad? Okay. How are you? Go see Mom. She's in bed. She's a lot more fun than I am. Okay. Oh, here you go. What's this mid VWAP? I don't know. All of those setups that they. Yeah. Now, liquidity, me and my real busy heat map here. This has been in here a while. But they lifted it off, and then they just keep dribbling back and forth at 80. Overnight high. Doesn't look like much, but it's only 175 contracts. Nothing real big jumping out anywhere in the book that I see on my heat map. Notice this 50's flashing down there. Yeah, there you go. See him flashing? That's not flashing, obviously. That's not some sort of secret code. It's just because I have the liquidity set, and they're adding them and stacking them, but it seems to, coincidentally, it seems to oftentimes be the direction price is moving. Like now, for instance. I would certainly not be so bold as to say that that was the cause, but, and I'm sure that if I changed the liquidity value in the heat map, that would go away or increase depending on which way I went, up or down. But there you are. Right to the 50, bam. And bounce around. Pretty weird, huh? I think. I suppose what they're doing is heading for 46s, which is the POC so far. But seems like they're turning around at the 50, doesn't it? Isn't that weird? Why? And how did you... I find it strange. I wonder what these static boys are up to, any kind of brilliant thing. This guy posts so many. Animated GIFs. It's so this guy says, what's his name, says he's going to take the STF short to structure for long to IB high. And what the STF is, this is a lefty thing. STF short. Don't know what that is. He seems to be trading up a storm. That's good. Struggling quite a bit the last time I noticed. I mean, just based on his posts, you know. I don't care who they are. I'm always happy to see somebody turning the corner. That's for sure. Look at that, boy. They just can't get away from that 50. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Crazy. I wouldn't know how to action that. It's got to be strictly direct, a discretionary trade. There's no way now they're going to go down for the POC, I guess. Did somebody say something? What happened here? Who's on third? Let's see if somebody's up to something. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Vance is being press conference, so who knows what he might be saying. That might have something to do with it. Nothing shaking that I'm seeing in financial Jews. Just, you know, Iran's honoring their side of the deal and this and that and the other. Where are we here? If you're new to the stream, welcome. Thanks for passing through. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? Who are you? What are you? If you are new, this is my virtual trading journal. It is by no means intended to be a my way or the highway. It's just an open suggestions for comments and, you know, criticism, whatever. And everything that I watch here on my, or capture on these two main monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are recorded in the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So that's how the journal is completed, and the recording is pushed to Bookmap to YouTube, so it's completely transparent and fully accountable. And here we are at the POC finally again. Are they going to go down and take the IB low now? So here you could say was a VPOC, VWAP mid to VPOC trade, if you want to. I was never able to vet those statistics on that any way, shape, or form. Nor was anyone ever able to show me their, you know, show. Oh, look at the flash. See 43 and 40 come up? Lowering them down, flashing off 43 and 40. This makes me want to short to the POC, the front run to the IB low. Just even though I know that's a stupid idea, it certainly is not data-based idea. It's after the POC, after the IB low, then there would be the retracements, and those statistics are in place. But, you know, this is, first of all, I have a hard time getting over the don't diddle in the middle part, you know, which is exactly the middle. Our POC is the middle. But look at them flash at 43 and 40. Stacking and pulling. And if I were to take a trade here, it would be a discretionary trade, which is not pre-vetted by me in any way, shape, or form. However, it's frustrating when it works out. As it's apparently going to do. Son of a bitch. Sorry, but that's my only... That's the best reaction. Well, if they pull it back up over the POC, that's definitely a breakout and a retest. Not that that's a vetted thing I have, but that is definitely what that is. There's the consolidation, breakout, retest, and that IB is still open. There you go. Yeah, they're definitely trading them now. So is this a reversal? Is this a V reversal? We've got a higher low? That's a question, isn't it? Something else about the hedge system that I have thought about, but I'm still working on how do you take off whichever leg, but scaling it out, like leaving a runner on or something like that. The only way I know to do that is before it's in the hedge and you're just trailing or, moving directional on the initial entry, then you could take off 3 or something and leave 2 on, or take off 4 and leave 1 on. That's the only way I see to do that. Look at here. Flashing the 40s again, huh? I don't know, my monkey boy is going short, short, short. And I'm thinking, no. Just out of resistance, but yeah. It's tough. It's very tough. They keep swinging back and forth, huh? Swinging. Well, what do you think? Yeah, I'm dying to throw a short on here just because I'm, bored. It's been all week. It's the last day, blah, blah, blah. Monkey boys, bouncing off the ceiling. Good old monkey boy. Can always count on him to give you bad advice. Sure, you can drink and drive. Come on, you've only, Hell. Of course I'm driving drunk, officer. I'm too drunk to walk, for crying out loud. Bang, bang, bang on the bottom down there, eh? You would imagine, I would imagine, they're going to take that out at some point, but who the hell knows? Is this now a VWAP, VPOC short setup, something? I don't know. It looks to me like trouble. We're still, you know, I keep looking over here at that. I keep looking over here and thinking, I hear the sound of a blender. Balance profile, top. Granted, it's a wide IB, so that's, and here we go, up. I'm glad I didn't short. Thank you very much, Mr. Willpower. Lady Willpower, it's now or never. Yeah, that was an old song from the 60s. By, I have no idea who. Seems like it must have been a Motown. Maybe not. I guess this would be a good place for a hedge trade. When you just gonna, if the hedge triggers at like the mid, well, okay, you're in the hedge, and then. But then I'm faced with the unproven theories about how to take off which leg, because that's the problem that I've found just in retesting or replaying, doing that during replays. However, I say that. Here we go to the developing value area high again. Is there something going on around here levels wise I'm not figuring out, or what? That's that low volume node from yesterday. If that means something, right there. Boom. They don't seem to be able to get into these singles down here. Assuming those are singles. Fine. There should be a way to do this and not have it go all over everywhere. Those are not singles. Those are doubles. They can't get below it in the value area low. Now where are we on? Come on. Get all weird here. I'll give my, well, that doesn't look right over here. Never mind. I was going to give my ledge speech, but it isn't. It looks like, so, if you had to look at this profile, there doesn't look like there's any excess down here. Whereas there is, excess to a taper. But looking at the volume profile or market profile, Jesus, the volume profile of the market profile, it does. It comes to a auction came to a halt down here and string of singles. There's some singles down there, which is according to Dalton, who I assume is quoting Stottlemyre, or 2 TPOs can be considered excess, so that's a taper or a conclusion. Well, they're going to go up here. They're banging the hell out. They're banging the 70s now. They're flashing the hell out up here. Watch them. Hello, hello. Mayday, mayday. Dot, 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 dot. So funny, Like I was saying earlier, it was the 80s, early 80s, when I was doing a lot of sailing in the Caribbean first. And I still have the Morse code identifier for the NDB on Bimini in my brain. Do 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 do. That's Bimini. You come out of the government cut or come out of Biscayne Bay, little northeast about and track on. You gotta keep that NDB off your bow a little bit, off the port bow, so that you can compensate for the Gulf Stream, and boom, you show up at Bimini in the morning. Anyhow, useless shit sticks with you, isn't it? Look at him go. Well, I'm sure glad I didn't go short. It sucks. I suppose it could be considered a viable strategy to have assumed after 3 touches mean reversion, because we are essentially rotating. So maybe that was the idea. The problem is mean reversion what direction? Well, mean reversion pretty obvious from the bottom down here, but anytime we're so close to the IB low and there's liquidity, that's kind of, you think. I typically assume we're going to go there and then mean revert, as opposed to what we're doing now. Well, I don't know about that. Selective memory, maybe. And then can't remember, what I had for breakfast. I suppose it's got to do with the environment and the overall impact of the situation, I suppose. Ingrained that in there. I would guess. Now, like, for example, I used to, when I was living in St. Kitts, and some years later when I was flying my plane up and down the Caribbean and living in St. Kitts, I used to leave Puerto Rico and I'd get to St. Kitts after dark and I'd have to shoot an NDB to land in a VOR approach or NDB approach to land in St. Kitts. And I couldn't tell you, I don't know the NDB identifier there. But I remember that Bimini one for sure. Always sailing, and that was years before the flying. So, yeah, amazing. Huh? Different ways we grew up in the world. All that duck and cover stupid shit like that was gonna that's what they used to do over here during the Cold War, was, you know, the duck and cover kids in school like that was gonna protect you from a nuclear bomb. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? I'm happy for you that you're not in that environment anymore. I only wish that it wasn't the drama it is now for those of yours left behind. Did have an AK-47 though. When we were in Angola, that's, you know, there was a bunch of AK-47s and Milishkovs, or however you say it, there, and also Uzis, because of the Russians had been there, and the Israelis sell that shit all over everywhere. And I had one of each. Brought the Uzi home. I don't know whatever happened to it after I got it back here from Angola, but yeah, you could get that crap on the street all over the place. Well, 54s and 50s, whatever that means. So far, my inclination was to go short, which is usually the problem, and that wouldn't have worked out very well. Now, what? Well, they just keep dancing up there to value area high and back and forth, and up and down. And no liquidity up above that. At least they're not showing it or flashing it or doing whatever they do to it. This is 320 handles. I mean, lots. I'm sure somebody's got a great idea how to trade this. That somebody would not be me, however. Yeah, they're just keeping it inside here. I guess they're content to just trade them out. Maybe they figure this is a good spot to leave it for the weekend, and See what happens with the geopolitical stuff.
Just you're almost exactly inside of it. Except for that big, except for the big bar here, you know, except for the big sell-off on the open. What's going on over here? You guys miss me? No. Let's check. Now, this is interesting, you might find. Oh, I was looking at something last night that I thought was pretty cool. We were talking about why did it stop at that drop yesterday? Well, I couldn't figure it out really here either, but you know, this is Globex, Asia, London, except the reason that London looks like it's this deep is because of the Trump dump in the overlap. But they came right to here. The IB high of the Asia session is to the tick. This 60 dump. And now this is today, you know, we're just above the POC, or just inside the IB in this consolidation zone from yesterday. What does that mean? Beat the hell out of me, but I did find it pretty interesting that the IB high of Tokyo and whatnot, essentially then the was exactly where that Trump dump stopped, and we were both going. Yesterday we were going, what? Okay, why? You know, why did it suddenly quit right there and turn around and go the other way? I still don't know. Obviously, this came after the fact, but interesting that the IB just got up there. So there must be some meaning to that level for some reason. Wouldn't I love to know the reason? I hope that was not screwing everybody up. I haven't heard any
any freaking out from Ned or anybody, so I guess not. Well, did anything happen? No. Why not? Because we haven't done anything yet. We haven't broken out. We're just riding the fence, baby. Just riding the fence. What did they tell you guys? Oh, never mind. Just don't think about it. Never mind. Never mind. One of the things about IRT that I find frustrating. You see, I've got this dome bouncing around over here because I was thinking about trading directly, seeing how that would work. It's not centered to price. And if you do that, I think you can do, it's just you can't even make heads or tails out of the dome. Which I found kind of irritating. If the dome were up here on Bookmap, you know, and here is essentially the dome. There's the price ladder. Here are the offers. Here are the bids. Only typically I'd have them on the other side, and then a column to trade them. You know, it is exactly where price is. Over here, this is whatever it is. This is 50, and that's way up here above, so it doesn't make sense visually for me. Just something that I've noticed with this thing. Got to be careful now. I haven't tested my market order thing, but I'm kind of hesitant to do that. If I see it actually moving, this was the perfect spot. I should have done that right in here. You know, basically looking at a long so that if I could get out quickly, but not at a loss. This is just a chop fest. I want to see if that works. That'd be a real relief. And I would pass on the good news to some other people. Like somebody was complaining about it the other day somewhere, I think Static. Hadn't done that in a long time, but I accidentally clicked there and I was in a trade. You know, that's silly shit. Well, I'm out of tea, I'm out of water. Oh man, come on. This is painful. I'll be able to retire though next week because I'll steady up on those gold orb trades over the weekend from YouTube, and I'll have it all. I gotta go out to the murder shed and make room for the Ferrari and the wrap. Ooh, VPOC migration. Let's go along. Everybody along. Everybody dance. Do side do your partner. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, pretty interesting. The thing that has always, I don't know, I wouldn't say amused me, I guess amused, but is, for example, when I was using those fixed zones for the IB strategy that I just cooked up with rod out of no place. And you put those lines on there and it looked like they were just, some division, something put there by God, and boy, price would just hit that and bounce and bounce and bounce like it was support or resistance. And it was completely meaningless. It was just there. So, and nobody else could see those levels but me, not like a Fibonacci or some of the levels we see here, the IB high or that kind of thing. I mean, those pullback and continuation zone levels were only on my chart, nobody else. But it would be just phenomenal how like if that was a line, there'd be boom, 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 a bunch of them. It's crazy. Really crazy. I'm not saying that about, the previous IB and all those, because those are, everybody can see them, but why, as you pointed out quickly, why to stop there? Seemingly in the middle of the river, what the hell? What for? What's this now? We're going to give everybody free money or what? Vance is going to retire. Trump's, gonna start telling the truth. What? I mean, I don't think there's probably much chance of any of that stuff happening. They seem to be trotting Vance out a lot lately, or maybe it's just me. He's on The View answering questions and some press conference now, and I'm not sure. Maybe he's always done that and I just never knew about it or paid attention, or maybe it's, seems to me like he's being trotted out a lot more than he was. 70s, baby. He's kind of scary to me because he's Peter Thiel's conjoined twin, that. And I find that Peter Thiel guy to be a real spooky fellow. Well, they say, and I don't know that, but for price to get out of the IB, it's a higher time frame. Otherwise, it's going to chop around inside. I mean, that's kind of that's the thinking I've always heard. I can tell you one thing, coming up on lunch, shower, regroup for me pretty quick. Oh, wait a minute. I can do something over here, I think. Hold on a minute. I think I have to turn something off first. No. Let's turn off this guy here, I think. And then I think I can turn this thing on. Yeah, there are the value areas with the volume profiles for the RTH. With value area. Now that's just for the RTH, so that doesn't help us much, does it? Turn this thing off. No, that doesn't do us any good for the glowbacks. I thought I had that figured out, but you know, what happened when I think? Oh, there you go. Oh no, there you don't go. Yeah, yeah. Let me see. Yeah. So this is the glowback, and glowback excluding this little overlap of London. So yeah, there's the value area high, low, overall. Okay. Am I showing the right thing? No, god damn it. Gosh darn it. Value area low, value area low, value area high, value area high. Just a little inside on both in this RTH. Pretty handy little thing over here. Pretty handy. And they got liquidity on the 70s. Good for them. I'm going to duck away here pretty quick and eat, shower, and all those kind of nifty things. After we get past RTH1, my interest falls off a cliff, especially when there's nothing setting up. You know, we're just basically in a chop fest, I think. With no perceived precipitant to change this unless somebody drops out of the sky with some bit of news. Oh, frustrating. The more you need to do something, the less opportunity there is to do it. You know, that's always the way, right? Vance concluded his White House remarks at the 13. That's okay. Are you seeing this stuff? No. The Supreme Leader is going to announce the MOU. These bastards will not stop. This is, in my opinion, the biggest risk to this whole story with Iran is Israel. Because I think they are, first of all, I think Netanyahu shitting himself, and more or less rightfully so, being just, publicly and insulted by Trump more than once. Whether it's true or not, that's a story, but I think diplomatically you probably shouldn't do that. But they've got an axe to grind, I don't think they want peace in the region unless they end up taking a bunch of territory, which is what they're trying to do in Lebanon. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look good to me, though. That certainly wouldn't surprise me if they pulled some trick out of the bag and did something stupid. And I think Netanyahu's got a real ego, and I don't think the insulting or the rebuking and down talking that he got from Trump probably had a very positive effect. I don't know. Apparently Trump was over there at the G7 telling everybody, I'm the boss. Well, you're the boss of, yourself, I guess. Like the t-shirt, I'm the boss and I've got my wife's permission to say so. I think I'm going to bust it for the showers and stuff here and then try to get back. I've got to go, at 1:30 I go pick up Tam, but it's just, a turnaround trip. It's at less than an hour. But I want to get showered up and eat and see where this is going to go between there and 1:30. So I am going to step away for a second. I'll try to remember to type that over here. There we go. I forget that every flipping time. Quickly around the horn, I guess. What have we got? Well, start over there. That's might as well. Nothing going on. Smack in the middle. IB high, IB low. The whole day so far. Of course, nothing's going on over here either. There are those zones I was talking about, and it was surprisingly like here, boom, 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 boom. Those are just lines I drew on there out of nowhere. Okay, let's try this. There we are all around. $46 and change IB, that's pretty substantial. And last but not least, book map. Come on, Blue Boy, get over here. Don't be bashful. That guy gets shy sometimes. There he is. So there you have it. There's the first print. Here's current. What are we doing? Boom. Choporama. Edging up, but okay. So I'll be back in a few. Well, the VPOC's migrating up, so are we going to head north now? Have a great trip. See you in a bit. Imagine that, still stuck inside. Well, there's not trading. Getting really boring, old, but I'm not going to force it. I'm not going to make up trades. I'm not going to break my rules. So this is pretty funny. I'm going to leave. I have to leave the bottom of the hour to go pick up our daughter, but I'll be back in about 45 minutes after that and see what the hell happen. Remember, tomorrow is a public holiday, Juneteenth, and so there'll be an abbreviated. I won't be streaming. There will be a abbreviated period, and now this will be probably, I'll do the Globex analysis tonight, the live stream for that. It's my thinking at this point anyway. It's not working out worth a damn as far. I mean, the purpose of it was to find out if there was any interesting opportunities to trade in those two opening range sessions, and I don't see any, so I guess it's fulfilling its need anyway. And I'm sure that there's somebody making money just spinning these rotations, but I'm not. It's got nothing to do with my vetted trade setups, and so I'm going to try to stick to my guns here. Sorry about that. The alarm clock to go get my daughter. In case, yeah, I guess you did hear that. Okay. All right, I'll be back in about 30 to 45 minutes. All I can say is remain strong and don't succumb to Monkey Boy. Huh. Inside day. That's pretty amazing. There were no occurrences of that in the last 6 months. Now it's not over yet, but we'll see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Okay. Me too. Remember now, this is tomorrow's a holiday. I won't be streaming, I don't think. Nah. I will be probably doing the Globex stream tonight just to wind up the 3 weeks. But, you know. So I'm going to do some monkeying around. Well, let's see. Oh, it's 42. Hell, we're almost to the 50 here. So I guess the report, the recap. Well, there you go. There's Blue Boy. There's the first print open. And what did we do? Wide range. We've about a 50 handle IB. But as of right now, still. Thank you. Still inside. Very possible that they'll break it and take one extreme between 15 and 1600. That's happened before. But as we stand right now, no IB. IRT. The anticipated responsive selling to take some profit and then fire up the blender and make a retail soup the rest of the day. Wow. I suppose part of it is the fact that the market and people, traders, are kind of burned out on news and volatility, and we have the craziness of yesterday, and boy, it was some kind of crazy, starting at 7:30 in the morning with retail sales, and then Trump at 8:30, and then Cushing crude report at 9:30, and then the Fed FOMC crap at 1300, and you know, then we're going to sign the MOU, and then we're not going to sign it, and we're going to kill everybody, and it was pretty crazy day yesterday. Everybody, maybe they're just kind of tired and looking forward to the weekend, the long holiday, I don't know. But IRT, as you know, since you're if you've been around, and if you haven't been around. This is the basic charting package. If you're ever lost, you can look up here in the header of any of the charts and you'll see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is the micro tab. This is the mini tab. Same exact idea. One thing that doesn't change is the market profile. This remains on the minis all the time. I do change it from RTH to Globex or full session, but I leave it on the minis. I don't see the reason to change. This is my high time frame chart. Again, it's the micros. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around them. This is RTH session only. And here we are today, there we were yesterday, day before, etc., right? And Monday. This is about a day of indecision if ever there was one. Inside day, all that stuff. So when I draw the volume the profile, then I get the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines over here, represented by the red and green lines, and those values push to Bookmap, and so do the session prices. What are we doing for volume? Yeah, reasonable volume. 2.25 points or 275 on the ATR for a 1 minute candle. Over here on Bookmap, these are the columns right to left. This is the MC where I do the manually put in the POCs, etc. High volume nodes, low volume nodes, full session volume profile, RTH volume profile and delta, and the statistics, which we do every day, and the session prices, the liquidity in the book, and the prices, the price ladder. Let's look at the, now tomorrow's a holiday, right? So there's not going to be any earth-shaking news events that are going to stir us up tomorrow. This is investing.com, my original news thing. Let's see what's tomorrow. You'll notice there's only one, and it says Juneteenth. It's the holiday. That's the day slaves were freed. The Emancipation Proclamation was signed. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that regret that in the administration right now. Oh, it wasn't that. It was that Charlie Kirk. He said the biggest mistake America ever made was passing the Voting Rights Bill. That's right. It wasn't the Emancipation Proclamation. Of course, he's no longer a fact. But yeah, I got it confused. So next week, what do we have? Well, there's Monday. And we've just got the CFTCs. Tuesday, S&P PMI, Services, Manufacturing, and Composite. Wednesday, new home sales. Every Wednesday at 9:30 is the Cushing crude oil inventories that's just every week. Thursday, wow, durable goods, initial jobless claims, GDP, ooh, big one, PCE, and Friday, Michigan. This is, as I said, investing.com. They only focus on traditional economic numbers and reports, which I appreciate. Like you didn't see anything about somebody going to have a press conference or something like that. We'll look at that in a minute. And this can be filtered for wherever you are, and it's free because I believe I want to try to make sure that anybody visiting the stream can have access to any of the resources. Okay, let me see this. Let me read this. What's that? So this order flow indicator called imbalance is on your ATAS starting, is that it? Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll look at those levels here in a minute. I want to wrap this thing up before they do something. So, oh, well, we've just had the market on close imbalance. So let's jump over to, and sell side again. Jesus Christ. That's the highest I've ever seen in my life. 9,873,000,000 S&P 500 contracts for sale. Imbalance, meaning there's 9,873,000,000 more contracts going to be sold than sell orders than buy orders at the close. 1,456,000,000, 3,526,000,000, and one little buy side down here, Mag 7, 870,000,000. That shocks the hell out of me. I thought the last couple of days were high. That knocks me for a loop. I've never seen anything higher than 3 that I can remember. Wow. That's freaking amazing. I'm going to post that over in static real quick like a bunny as soon as this is over. Yeah, so anyway, there you go. And we're gonna sneak up here and probably tap out this high, or this IB. Right going into 1500, which doesn't matter, right? That's the key thing about the statistic. At any point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1500 Central Standard Time, if they take out that the price retouches the initial balance high, that means the statistic has been satisfied. Wow, that really surprises the hell out of me. Anyway, okay, so we've already got the market on close. I was busy blabbering and didn't get through that one too far, but there we go. I will do the Globex stream tonight, and I will not stream tomorrow. I will, if in case you use my stats, I will, obviously because of Globex, and I'll let the thing in the machine run, but I will scrub them on Friday afternoon, so I don't like half days and any of that crap in the data. Wow. No, we didn't, and we didn't get to the IB, and we didn't get to any of those other levels up there, and I don't know whether they're going to make it to the IB by 1500 or not either, by the looks of it. Wow, that's pretty amazing. I am really shocked about those market on close orders. I'll have to check out your, I don't think I have any. Well, we've talked about this before. There's no, that's the large order thing. That's not an imbalance. Order flow indicator called imbalance. And how do they measure that imbalance? Right here, right? Buy against sell, or like the market on close imbalance, I guess. So it must work through the day. But it seems like that would be visible in the book. If it's got to be visible in the book, because this is liquidity. You watch, they're going to sneak up there just about a minute or two before 1500 and take out the IB high. Whatever that means, for whatever reason, but that's what they're going to do, I'm sure of it. I'll bet you a soda pop on it. Anyway, have a great weekend, anyone that's within earshot here. Safe and fun. I'll be streaming the Globex abbreviated stream tonight from 1700 till about 20:30. And then pick it up again on Sunday night and the normal stream, this normal RTH stream at 8 o'clock Monday morning. Assuming everything's normal. Wow. That's market on close thing. Yeah, so I don't see how that imbalance thing. Wonder how it works. Because the imbalance at a level is just an imbalance means there's more bids than ask, and it's got to be resting orders. So I don't see how there could be resting imbalance at a specific level either. I don't understand how that works. That would be interesting to know. And here comes the IB with two minutes to go. Ah, that's pretty funny, isn't it? What do you suppose motivated that? It hasn't happened yet, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna before 1500, and I would be awfully sure that it'll happen after 1500. Or just my stuff. I mean, maybe somebody else has had it already, but I don't think so. Hey, Magic. You rich? Watch them take. They're gonna try to pop the IB here in the last 1 minute today. No, they missed it. It's just the cash market is gonna close in 30 seconds. But I would bet dollars to donuts they take it out in the curb trade here after 1500. Would be my bet. Crazy day. 50 something point IB and all traded all day long, and the closest they ever got to taking the thing out was just about 10 seconds ago. That's amazing. Basically just revisited the overnight high again, and now selling it down. Oh, one other thing, Magic. Look at the size of these market on close imbalance. I about fell over. 9,873,000,000 S&P 500 contracts. I've never seen half that many. Huge, all of them, except 800 million on the Mag 7. All sell side. I was pretty surprised. And look at this. Market on close. Closing swing trade, straight down. 20 handles. Huh? 78.60. Well, okay. Don't call me a liar for 15 handles, straight down. Boom. Wow. What a weird day. I gotta say. What a weird day. Well, I don't understand that either, because this is futures. Futures is a zero-sum business. There can never be an imbalance of trades, executed trades. There's got to be one buyer for every seller and vice versa, the way I understand it. So I don't understand how that could be. The only way I know of an imbalance being is in limit orders or resting orders. Then you have an imbalance in the book, like here, or you see up here floating around on the top of this thing, bouncing back and forth. But like if you got more resting orders ask than you do bid, for example, that's exactly what we're watching when we see the market on close imbalance. These are resting orders. There's 9,873,000,000 more resting sell orders than there are buy right here. But to have it be an executed imbalance, I don't see how that can happen, because there's got to be, for every trade, there's one buyer and one seller. Zero sum, as I understand it. Maybe I've got it all backwards. Don't know. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. I'll be interested to see if the IB high in Tokyo tonight or Asia tonight goes right up to that number like it did last night. That was so weird. When I noticed that, I thought, wow, I gotta tell Anton, because we were talking about it during the stream. What the hell stopped it down there? And what do I know? And I still don't know what stopped it there, and I don't know why that's where the IB high went either. I don't know the answer to any of that stuff. I assume it's got something to do with, spot gamma or dark pools or magic bullshit. I don't know. Something. I don't think it's just a fluke. I think it goes there for a reason. The first thing I think of a big spike down like that and back up is a fat finger. Somebody screwed up and put an order way down there, and the market just hauls ass down. Some algorithm hauls ass down, grabs that order, and comes back up. That's the first thing I think. But that certainly wouldn't explain the IB high hours later in Tokyo being at the same price. And maybe that's just a coincidence also. I have no clue. Well, there cannot be at one price, there cannot be an imbalance of buying and selling in futures because it is a zero sum. For every buyer, there's a seller, and for every seller, there's a buyer. Period. Or so I thought. Oh well. Give me something to chew on this evening and tomorrow. While I'm watching the paint dry on this Globex thing, I'm pretty sure this will be the last week for that thing, but I'll stick it out for the week anyway. And maybe I just have a misconception about the whole idea, but I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. As far as I know, absolutely impossible to have more. Now, very definitely more aggressive, because that's how price goes down. Aggressive sellers cross the inside bid and the inside market and hit the bid. That's how price goes down. Aggression, absolutely, but never an imbalance of the number. For every one aggressive buyer, this aggressive buyer comes across the inside bid and hits a resting order. This seller comes across the inside bid and hits a resting buyer. Other way around to go up. Aggressive buyers cross the inside market and lift the ask. So they are aggressively hitting into resting liquidity up here, which are limit orders. That's the only way the market goes up or down, but it's never an imbalance. So delta is based on the imbalance. This many more aggressive buyers lifting the ask, and this many more down here, this many more aggressive sellers hitting the bid. So I understand, but I'm certainly open to a correction there. And I would really would like to know the exact truth, because I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I know that. I know that you go, the whole thing about a footprint chart is you never read it horizontally. You always read it diagonally. Just as you do a dome, because it crosses from upper right to lower left to trade. That's exactly how a dome works too. Never is it, because the middle is the spread. So I'll have to figure this out. Yeah, delta is at a price, right? And at this price, whatever this was, at 56 quarter, wherever we got a big delta, 905. 905 more aggressive sellers cross the inside market and hit the bid. That's how we get a negative or a sell delta or negative delta at that price. That's correct. I agree. That's what I understand, or how I understand it. But I still don't see. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there's a big piece of the puzzle I don't know, and that could be part of my problem, I guess. So we are all done with this beauty, and they still didn't get the IB. Wow. Let's look quickly at this thing over here. I want to see something here. How the hell do I do that? Oh, standard report, I guess. By weekday. So there were two on Thursday on the MES. Looking back 2 years, there was 2.97% of those days where we did not take an IB level. 6 months, nada pinata. So this is the first time in 6 months we have had an inside day, which is what I think it's called. In other words, no initial balance level was broken. A no break day on a Thursday in the MES in 6 months. So today's the first one in the Chicago cash session. Let's look at this. Let's look at where the hell is one? Let's look at New York. No, that's the wrong one. I thought I had a Chicago session from, guess I don't. I was thinking to 1600. Yeah, here we go. This is to 1600. In other words, the full day, still nothing. Zero break on the MES. Till 1600 instead of 15. The cash market's the other one. This is the entire RTH till 1600. In 2 years, in 6 months. In a year, 2%. So there you go. It's not as scarce as hen teeth. Yeah, have a great one, Anton. Talk to you Monday. I'll look into that, trying to see if I'm all out there like Pluto with the imbalance thing. That's interesting. I definitely want to understand the right thing, not, the wrong thing. So I definitely want to look into that. Thanks for the heads up. Magic Man, I am going to probably stream the world famous Glovex thing tonight. Not very enthusiastically, but because I said I would. I will probably stream the session prices tomorrow morning because the machines are on anyway, and then I'll scrub everything off tomorrow afternoon. And Monday, the holiday will be scrubbed. Right now, I'm going to wrap it up. So y'all have a great weekend. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. And the conversation's interesting and great. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much.